All right, we're live. I always forget to check if my microphone is on, but it is. So is my camera. Hello, everybody. Hello, Sean, and MX, and G Studios, and 1RJS. And Axel Latte, it is D-Day. Today is officially Doomsday. Today we're porting Doom, is what I mean. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see how it goes. It is officially time to port Doom to Redacted OS. This is, as promised, what I was gonna do when I reached 10K. I've spent the week fixing a few of the bugs that I had been having. One of them is not fixed, but it's a networking bug, and so we are just gonna disable networking. That's because there's someone else working on networking right now that I would rather either he fixes it or I get to it afterwards. I don't want to have merge conflicts and stuff like that. Speaking of which, I apparently made some changes to the system. Let me see. First off, that everything is set up correctly before I begin doing stuff. I can kind of see my eye is bothering me a little bit. YouTube is messy. It randomly decides to show me like past moments of the stream. And so I never know if I'm online or not because it randomly switches to a time when I wasn't. And so it looks like I'm no longer online, but I am. So I'm just gonna stop looking at YouTube. And if my eye keeps going the way that it's going, I'm gonna stop looking at everything, apparently. I forgot what I was saying. Yes, so I made some changes on this computer that I now need to sync. And no issues. Okay, perfect. So actually networking, we're just gonna disable you all together. No problem there. There we go. That should get rid of any issues that we might be having with the system. Also get rid of audio. Don't need that. Okay, so let's see here. Should be able to run the system. It runs well. It doesn't seem to crash, I think. If you leave it here, the crash that used to happen every once in a while would happen, but now that networking is disabled, I think it's not gonna happen anymore. It's time for Doom. I'm excited about this. I wonder what it's gonna be like. I decided not to do any work ahead of time. We have the entire weekend for this. Well, my usual streaming times. I'm not gonna do a 72-hour live stream, sadly. Or thankfully. Also gonna switch real quick to this. Yeah, there we go. All right. So I kind of like made this really quickly the other day, yesterday, I think. And then never fully changed it all that much, but I want people's feedback on this look for the stream. Obviously, I want to like make it a little bit better and whatnot. But yeah, I was considering like making it like this. Okay, it's a little bit messed up. It's a little bit hard to look at because my monitor's brightness is at the lowest it can be while still being like visible to me. And even then my eyes are kind of crying a little bit. Well, one of them anyway. Why so long for loading? It's not loading, it's literally just a waiting screen. Oh, I forgot to remove this. And the reason I kept it open for so long is that I wanted to test if the system crashes. Because if you left it open for a long time, it would crash before. But apparently that's a networking thing, so if you disable networking, that doesn't happen anymore. How long will the stream be? Barring some allergy-related medical issues that might make me have to stop the stream early, usually 3-ish, 4-ish hours. The bottom feels a bit much. And then sorry, before I read the next comment. Yeah, 3 to 4-ish hours. We're gonna be porting Doom, so that's probably not gonna be done in 3 to 4 hours. So we're also gonna be doing it tomorrow, though it's an afternoon stream, not an evening stream, and Friday as well. Doom time. It is Doom time. Yes. And the bottom feels like a bit much. Okay. Yeah, I'm testing out this new layout. I kind of made it in 5 minutes and didn't finish editing it, but yes. The chat is super, super delayed. No, it isn't. Hold on. Oh, wait, the chat is... Okay, it's upside down. That's why I thought it was, like, weird. It's not super delayed. It's about the same speed that I see it, but of course then with the delay on the stream itself, especially on YouTube, you see it even later. Code part is too small. Okay, I'm gonna be wearing sunglasses. That's the thing that I was a little bit worried about, is the code. Not a lot of ways to make it bigger, to be completely honest with you, but besides, you know, getting rid of that most of the times. But yeah, again, I was just testing it out. I wanted feedback on it. We'll see if I keep it or not. Not sure that I will. Tabbing 2 spaces for more horizontal space. No, that's too difficult for me to read. Although there is a word wrap. So that should make it a little bit easier to read stuff. Bottom should go in the description. Yeah, probably should. See, if I make this bigger, it's gonna make... Hold on, what am I making bigger here? If I make it bigger, it makes everything bigger, but then I can make this part just go away for now. And... yeah, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. All right, hold on. Let's just go back to the normal one. I'll experiment with it a little bit more some other time. Nobody in chat reads code. I don't expect you to read a whole lot of code. It's super difficult to do. But yeah, my normal layout is literally just my screen. Streaming my whole screen, and then just myself in the bottom right corner, sometimes covering the code. But yeah, when you're streaming code, it's kind of difficult to read if that's what you want to do. Having the chat is nice. Yes, I agree. Hold on. I can do something. Just go here and then boom. Yeah, I don't know about this. If it was transparent, I would. The main issue with transparent chat is that that comes from some other overlay that's either for Twitch or for YouTube, not both of them. So unified chat is not going to be a thing anymore. And yeah. Reading kernel main is very easy to see and understand, even though I have a terrible quality auto-selected. 480p? Wow, I haven't heard that name in a long time. To be fair, I made it bigger right now, which I honestly might keep. It's a little bit easier on my eyes, I guess. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep this for the time being. I'm gonna keep chat for now, then decide if I want to keep it or not. Okay, so I just realized I didn't bring any water with me, so I'm gonna go get some water. And then I will actually start with the Doom port. So I'll be right back. Okay, got some water. Code is not only big enough, but simple enough. Yeah, I figured. Obviously it wouldn't be as easy to read a function like, I don't know, this. That's just a weird ass. Wait, do you have to enable code word wrap for every single... Well, damn. You have to enable it for every single view? That's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, so this one should be readable. Okay, hold on. Tell me how this one looks. This one here. I think it's still gonna be somewhat readable. The only difference is there's a little sidebar here that... Oh, wow. Actually, that matches perfectly. The... Hold on, there's so much stuff happening on the screen. There. Readable enough. It is a little bit smaller, yeah, I figured as much. Okay, I'm gonna test out... No, you know what, I can't. I can't test it out. Okay, so the issue with this layout is it's windows. So I'm putting the actual like code window and then the redacted OS window. Like I said, I improvised this in 5 minutes yesterday. I haven't really changed it all that much. All I did is I added the chat like 5 minutes ago, so I need to improve it a little bit, but I just wanted early feedback because I figured it would be too small to read. But yeah, the main issue that it has is since I'm streaming this window and then the actual executable window, then you cannot see when I switch to Firefox, for example, which I need to do right now. So let's actually start with the Doom stuff. All right. Okay. Gonna disable chat here too for a bit. No, hold on. You should be able to see just fine. All right. Let me know. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this layout for a bit. Once I'm actually reading or writing code, I might switch to the other layout. But for the time being, I am going to use this one. Let me know if I should take out the chat or not. And okay, so Doom. Like I said, I haven't really done any research. I wanted to do it on stream. And that's just because I'm lazy. No, but I figured I would do the whole process on stream. So that includes the research, although a few streams ago, or quite a long time ago, we found this project. Somebody linked me this project, which is Doom Generic. It is a fork of Doom, which makes it easier to port it because they've simplified the code by a lot. You essentially just have to replace these windows with the windows, sorry, not these windows, what? These functions, or not replace these functions, but you have to implement these functions with the code for your own implementation. So like creating the window, the frame buffer, all of this stuff, I wouldn't really need to do. This chat doesn't really fit you. Yeah, I kind of don't. Every once in a while, I get people asking if I'm streaming somewhere else or on a Discord call because I'm talking to someone, like I'm responding to someone in the chat that they don't see because they're on their other platform. But it's barely an issue. Yeah, again, all subject to change. Even the chat, literally, this one I added it like, what, 5 minutes ago? Okay. What was I saying? Yes, so this project makes it so that all you have to do is implement these functions and even the set window title, which I don't have because I don't have a window title thing. Then you can just run Doom by implementing these, and then the rest is already done for you. So that's cool, but this is based off of this project, which is an adaptation of the original Doom to be portable to a frame buffer device with minimal dependencies. So while that one is like a generalization of this one, which itself is kind of a generalization of Doom. Now hold on, there's a little bit more going on. There's more recursion in this. So this one, or the one that I just showed, is actually a fork of this project, which is a port of the original Doom to the Frosted operating system. I've never heard of the Frosted operating system, but according to the description, it doesn't have a frame buffer or a sound driver, so all it does is compile and link, which is quite interesting. It does essentially nothing. And then this one, finally, is a fork of the original Doom source code, which is this here. So, easy thing to do is use this project, in which all we have to do is implement these functions and be done with it. But obviously that's not what I'm trying to do. What I do want to do is, hold on, I should have gone backwards, not forwards. What I do want to do is use the original Doom source code and adapt that. And if anything, I want to use the other projects for reference. But I want to port Doom, not generic Doom. Okay. I am not going to lie. I am uncomfortable with the sunglasses and uncomfortable without them. So, it's a bit of an issue. Oh well. I've taken 2 allergy meds today and none of them have worked. They work for about an hour. And then they stop working. Whereas yesterday I took one and it lasted for the entire day. Also, I've deep cleaned this room before the stream to make sure that I wouldn't have any dust or anything that could give me allergies. I even got rid of my chair. So now I'm on a different chair, which, by the way, makes me smaller. Because that chair is very difficult to clean and it has somebody's hair. Not saying who, but somebody's hair all over it. Which is really annoying. Should have gotten a clean room. I pretty much do at this point. I have gotten rid of every last particle of dust in my apartment and I still cannot get rid of these allergies. I have taken 2 different allergy meds. Today I've taken 2 pills. From the same one, not mixing them, but still. Which is already more than they recommend you to take. And it's done absolutely nothing. At this point, I'm just gonna get rid of my eye. I think it's the easiest thing to do. Okay. So we have Linux Doom. This is the one that we're gonna try to port then. We're not gonna try to port any of the other ones, but I am gonna use their code as reference to see where I need to look, what I need to do, what I need to implement, all of that stuff. Okay, we're ready to start. We're just going to, well, first off, hold on. I can't read this color, damn. No, there isn't a Doom port here. Genuinely, this color is so hard to read. Why would you use that color? Yeah. It's hard to read even without the sunglasses. Alright. Then again, I have my brightness all the way down. Okay. So this is the Linux port of, well, not the Linux port of Doom, the Linux version of Doom, the original Doom. Some project ideas. Port it to your favorite operating system. Add some rendering features. God damn it, these allergies, God. Add some game features. Okay, we're not going to be doing this. Create a packet server-based internet game. Create a client server-based internet game. I love that they call it internet game. Do a 3D accelerated... Oh, honey, we're not going to be able to do that today. Not for a long time. I don't have a really good guess how many people are going to be playing with this. Yeah, I don't think he could have guessed. If significant projects are undertaken, it would be cool to see a level of community cooperation. I know that most early projects are going to be rough hacks done in isolation, but I would be very pleased to see a coordinated net release of an improved backwards compatible version of Doom on multiple platforms next year. And that was 97. Okay. I don't even know where to start, to be completely honest with you. I'm gonna start on this game, which I'm assuming is the main platform, the main function. And let's check. Stuff like init new. Wait, what happened to you? Where are these functions used? Oh, dmain. Okay, this is the main function. It's called dmain. Got it. And it's literally just Doom main. And then all of this stuff over here. Okay, so this is our main function. We have parameters here. Not really. I guess they're an option. Well, technically, hold on. Is this called from anywhere directly? Because I see. Oh, there's an iMain as well. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. So dmain is the platform agnostic version of main, whereas iMain is the Linux version of main. so this is our main function, and it does use the same argument format that we use, but oh god, my hair keeps getting in my face now that I've put my sunglasses down. I forgot what I was saying. I completely forgot what I was saying. Yes, okay, so this is the same main function that I'm using, so that's cool. But all right, it just calls this function internally. There's plenty of comments, so that should be easy to see what's going on and what we're supposed to do. I hope we have all the features that we need in order to run this, because I'm genuinely not sure. I know generic Doom does have that list. And according to this, if we follow this thing, all we need is an initialization function, which we already have. We need a draw frame function, which is already in this variable right here. So we have to copy it to the platform's screen. We do have a function to do that. Sleep in milliseconds, we have a function for that. Get the ticks that passed since the launch in milliseconds, we kind of have a function to do that. We have a function to do that since the system startup. Not since Doom startup, but simple math is going to fix that. Get key, so we have keyboard events. We also have mouse, even though I see that mouse is not implemented in generic Doom. And Doom can technically be played entirely with a keyboard. And we got our first ad coming up. So, by the way, I'm going to be taking breaks during the ads because my eyes are killing me, literally. Actually, my allergies. Now it's gotten actually worse. Now it's my nose too. It's not just my eyes. Anyway, yeah. I think based on what we saw in generic Doom, we have everything we need. But I still hope there isn't something hidden. And if there is, that I can just bypass it. You can also try to recreate Doom, but more cut down and made for your OS. That probably won't be necessary. Probably won't be necessary to cut it down. All right, there's an ad on Twitch starting soon, so I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Okay, ads are over. I'm gonna switch to no camera for a little bit. Till my eyes are a little bit better. And, okay. I'm seeing that this project is 100 commits ahead of the other project, which itself is... Hold on, let me open them in order. Wait, no, don't create a group. What group is that? What? Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Let's see. 11 commits ahead of the original Doom. 1 commit behind. Which is oh, wait, hold on. There's been a commit in the last year to Doom. So that's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, apparently there has been. Does it work? No, we just started. Oh, the commit is just GPL information. So that makes sense because the other commits are 14 years old. And the original source code release is from 97. So it is 27 years old. Wait, from December, so 26 years old. Wait. 27 years old. Yes, that was correct the first time. Okay, so yeah, this one is 11 commits ahead. So we can see what they did in order to port it to their system. Then these people here, or Maxim, did I say their name? Maxim, yes. Ported it to make it a little bit more generic to run on any frame buffer device with 12 commits. And then, where are you? OZKL made 100 commits in order to make it more generic. The last one of which is 3 weeks ago. So this commit wasn't even here last time that we checked this, most likely. I'm not entirely sure, but most likely. So we can look at this in order to see what was changed and see what we might need to change. Obviously, the first thing we're going to need is we're going to need a make file. Then we are going to need to add platform-specific code. Wait, what's split and unified? I've never seen this before. Oh, I see. No, unified, thank you. Okay, so yeah, the first thing obviously we're going to need is a make file, and the second thing we're going to need is we're going to need specific stuff for our code, which is what we're going to be using this for. Wait, what was that about DOS? DOS. Interesting. Okay. I'm putting my sunglasses back on. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need is a make file. In order to get a make file, I have the redacted OS template that I created the other day, throughout last week. Don't remember exactly when. This has a linker and a make file, which we will be needing in order to create, well, to make Doom run. So we're going to import those. Not sure what we're going to have to put in the linker just yet. I think actually the linker can stay the same. Yeah, the linker is generic enough that we don't have to change it. But we do need, obviously, to specify that the main function is actually already called main. So we don't need to make any changes to the linker, I think. Which is great, because linker, I hardly know her. I'm sorry about that. Okay, we are going to need to make some changes to the make file, obviously. So this make file is specific to running redacted OS projects on it. So it is, we're going to have to make some changes to it. First off, we're going to specify the path to the redacted OS so that we can make run from within the Doom folder and we will run the system. The second change we're going to need to do is we're going to need to link against the shared library for the OS. That's going to stay the same. Linker stays the same. Everything stays the same except for this. This and this. Which is to say that all our, instead of compiling just one file hard-coded to be called main.c, we're going to be compiling any .c or .h file, which I believe make up all the files that we need to compile, because this is a C-only project. Looking at it with one eye, very quickly, I would say yes. And actually, they're all within the Linux Doom folder. So kind of forgetting the syntax for this, but can we grep Linux Doom 1.10 / anything with .c? No, that's not a thing. We can find Linux Doom 1.110.c. That one works. Okay, so find. I was wondering if I could use grep. Not sure what for, but yeah. C file. So we're going to create this new variable. And let me look at the syntax for this real quick, since I have shell. Find. Then, well, we should rename Linux Doom. Hold on. One thing I completely forgot is we're not just cloning the repository, we're forking the repository. I completely forgot to do that. Which one is it? This one. What I want to do is fork it. Also, before I... Oh, yeah. All right, let's create the fork. And then I want to look at this real quick. God damn it. He was like, I don't know how many people are going to be doing this, but fork. 2,000, almost 3,000 forks. And if we look at the derived works, oh, this one doesn't have that many. I thought it would have more. 211. And this is, okay, this is my fork of Doom. It is official. We have begun. This one, for example, has 3 forks. Wow. Okay, so there's only about 3,000 forks of Doom right now, which is less than I expected. Obviously, probably a bunch of people just download the source code and then without forking it, which is kind of what I started doing, but that's not really what I want to do. That's not the plan here. The plan is to, can I connect a remote to it? Do we have a Git here? We do. Wait, but this is a clone of the original Doom. I don't know if I can switch it to a fork, to be honest, but you know what? You know what I can do? Just start over. Easy. Probably easier than me figuring out... Hold on. This is what I'm trying to click. How to switch it. No, and probably easier than me figuring out how to copy and paste in Linux. There we go. Cloning into Doom, CD back into Doom. The folder is actually still here. So once again, we go into the template and we copy the makefile, the linker, into Doom one more time. Then we go into the makefile, and here we're going to do the C source. I don't know if this is what I called it before, but shall find... All right, we're going to change the name of this to redacted Doom. Get remote set URL. Yeah, but I don't know if that's going to work because that's technically a different repository that we're connected to. I'm not sure though. But again, before, rather than figuring it out, I just started over. I literally have done nothing, so it doesn't really matter. All I had to do was just copy this over. Redacted Doom / something.c. And here we're going to use the C source. And here we're going to use the, let me see how I'm doing it here again. This used to be a lot simpler. But pretty much we can just copy this. Since we don't have all that recursion and all that stuff going on, we can just do no camera. Actually, I can turn the camera on for a bit. Hold on. Not that. Turn the camera on, but not only the camera. Probably want to keep the rest of the stuff on. Had the same history. I mean, I figured as much. I figured maybe I could just do get remote set. But again, rather than figuring it out, just start over. Who cares? So this is O files. And it's going to be C source this dot C equal to this dot O, right? I think so. Sure. I guess we'll see. And here we're gonna do O files. Oh yeah, you can see the chat. Hi, Silent Ninja. Hold on, I'm not wearing my headphones. I'm sorry about that. I missed it. All right. Hold on, let me. Okay. I won't miss the next one. Sorry about that. O files. That's good. O files. There we go. And O files. Why is TTS so quiet for me? Weird. It's actually maxed. Hold on. Let me check real quick because... All right. I'll be right back. I'll disappear for a second. Now we're good. Not sure why it was quiet for you. It is quiet. Let me see if I can do something about it. That would be here. Actually, let me hear it. Hold on. I can replay it.
Greetings. How's it going? Hello YouTube.
Weird. I can hear it quite well. Oh, wait, hold on. That's probably why. Alright, tell me how it is now. Hope it's not too loud.
Greetings. How's it going? Hello YouTube.
And hope it wasn't duplicated, especially. Okay. Well, Silent Ninja, I missed your message when you sent it, so now I replayed it twice. Hope that compensates it. It did? It did what? I don't know if you're saying that it did compensate for me not listening for it the first time, or if it was loud, or if it was duplicated. I can barely hear anything because my little brother is screaming random shit. Okay, so that one's not on my end. There's not an OBS button for me to fix that. It did compensate. Okay. Happy to hear that it compensated and also it wasn't duplicated. Perfect, it worked. All right, yeah, I had my audio low. So, oh well. Okay. So with this makefile, we should be able to compile all the C files that we find in this folder into O files with the same name, and then those O files get linked with the library into an executable called doom.elf. Shut GX Studios little brother up. I haven't coded that button yet. All right, so we can try to make and cannot specify with this with multiple files. Okay. How are we doing it here? This looks fine to me. Wait, it's a linker problem, right? Wait, hold on. Yeah, hold on. The format here changes entirely. Because what we need to do is in all, we need to put exec name. And then we need to create a new rule called exec name. And I'm hoping I'm getting the syntax for this right. And here, we're going to link. Whereas this part, I believe, should be something like this. That's probably not right. At the very least, something like this. How long is my TTS cooldown? You haven't sent any, have you? Not today, anyway. Wait, no. This should be an equal sign. There should be a semicolon here. And then this. Let me check if my syntax is right on that one. No, it's backwards. It's actually the C file here and the O file here. And I'm going back to no camera for a bit. Just making sure that, yes, overlays are on. So I should still get text to speech. And, oh, this overlay is outdated. Hold on. Punishment for not watching the stream. Are you actually like timed out or something? Let me know now that I'm checking. Settings and stuff. Okay, so we're no longer making Pong. We might as well update this. If I find the button to do it. There we go. Except my number of subscribers reset back to 10k. But I don't know what's going on there. I don't care either.
Also Thai IDs at 1M subs BTW.
True. I don't even know what I promised at 2 million. But at 1 million, apparently thigh highs. Which I'm not sure how that's gonna work, because that's something for your legs. And I don't think you've seen my legs on stream once. Because today's probably the first day that I'm wearing long pants. Usually I just wear shorts because it's too hot. So I don't think that stream is gonna be as interesting as you think it's gonna be. But hey, if that gets me to 1 million subs, go for it. Maid outfit, yes. At 2 million. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna remind me about it. What's thigh high ID? And what's the difference with thigh highs? I'm not that familiar with the lore. Recipe commences before first target. Okay, I hate doing makefile stuff because I barely work with makefiles. Okay, so what I'm doing here, for example, is I'm doing this. Which then, oh, OBJ. That's what's missing, probably. What's OBJ? It's the .o files. And the .o files are made according to this rule. So I'm assuming here I need to have the OBJ. I'm gonna call it the same, actually, not O files. No, still not okay. God damn it. On line 29 too. I completely missed this part. Recipe commences before first target. I genuinely don't understand what that means. Dude, I fucking hate Linux. What does this message mean? Because your eval line is indented by a tab. What? Seriously? That's the issue? I'm glad I googled it because I have no idea what that means. Although this is about Docker. So. Oh, wow. Okay. You know it's bad when the second result is in Chinese. Because Google and DuckDuckGo kind of only pull that one out when they have nothing better to show you. Unless you're Chinese, I guess. I wouldn't know. I've never been. Okay, so what does this mean? I mean, this is a tab too, so I don't think that's what the problem is. Okay, let me just, hold on, copy this and see. Okay, so we don't have this prepare thing. So all is just location target. So we just want target, which is exec name. Yes, that part's good. Then that one depends on this one, obj. And that one just depends on this one. So I don't understand what the problem is. You've never been Chinese either, so you get it. Why do you need to add .elf? What do you mean? I mean, looking at this, it looks correct. The one thing I haven't checked is... Yeah, sure. I understand what these mean. Definitely. Recipe commences before first target. I genuinely have no idea what that means. And all the people that are getting the same error are getting something very specific. I figured it would be a very basic makefile error that would come from the fact that I simply don't use makefiles all that much or write makefiles all that much. So I kind of lack the experience for it, but that's not it, actually. Move the O to the top. That's not how it is in my other projects, but might as well give it a try. Yeah, that's not it. Unless, of course, we also need to move this before the all. And hold on, just to be clear, make all. That's the same thing, okay. But it points to line 24 specifically. Okay, so first off, can you echo this to make sure that we're doing it right? No, you can't. Right. Just run it manually, I guess. God. Why is it so hard to copy in Linux? Seriously. Pony should be after the recipe. I don't think that has anything to do with that. For that matter, we can get rid of it. And yeah, the same thing is gonna happen. Like, it has nothing to do with that. Hold on, let me do this. Wait, and another thing about the syntax of this is... Yeah, no, okay. My syntax here is entirely wrong. This is done like this. Because it depends on the C file. Okay. That makes more sense. Alright, that was it. And yet, I'm pretty sure... First off, we're not actually compiling them. That's failing right now. Wait, oh my god. No. I didn't change this part. The syntax for this is another one I always forget. This right here. That, because every makefile, every file needs to be compiled. Genuinely, how am I supposed to remember this syntax? Like, what even is that? This is variable and then add, but what the fuck is... Hold on, don't mess it up. What the fuck is this? Duck face? Excuse me? What's going on here? What's with the static fuck? Make is old. Oh, so is Doom. Okay. We're compiling with C99. That probably isn't right. Oh, but then no. Okay, this is where we start referencing these projects. No. Where are they? Oh, here they are. These projects, their make files have a C flag, which interesting. This project is actually ARM too. Oh, if it is ARM, okay, so it's actually conditional. I didn't notice that. I don't see them specifying a version of... Nope. Linux is the best example of devs raging, and Windows is the best example of users raging. Interesting. macOS is both? Nah, macOS is neither. Come on. macOS is the most stable system, kinda the easiest to work with. Sometimes it can be frustrating, but for the most part, I would much rather develop for Mac than Linux. The problem comes when you want to develop for Mac and Linux and Windows. That's just a pain in the ass. Yeah, so I don't even know what version to target here. There's several fucks in this code. Mac is closed source, but it's definitely not minimal. For the most part, even like cross-compiling for Mac is okay. The problem comes when you know, it's kind of a recent problem. Since Apple, like for example, prioritizes Metal and has kind of discontinued OpenGL, for example, does not have Vulkan. That kind of stuff leads to issues on Mac. Not really Mac itself. It's kind of a new problem then. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Wait, register? Oh, 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 oh. This is not gonna be fun. Okay. Obviously, the problems that we're getting are for the code itself. So first off, what the fuck do you mean register? What's going on here? God forbid I'm allowed to copy something. Um, what is this register stuff? Actually. Register is an old declaration that old compilers used to push variables to registers instead of the stack. Modern compilers ignore it. Clearly not. Oh no, actually, wait, it is ignoring it. The issue is that the type is defaulting to int. That feels like it should be a warning. More so than an error, but okay. In C89, variables with no type default to int. Yeah, but we're on C99. 89. That's the weird thing, is the comments. If you switch to... C++ style comments are not allowed in ISO 90. If we use 89. So I kinda like... Hold on, let me adjust my monitor a little bit. Okay, my brightness is almost at the lowest it can possibly be. I cannot make it any less bright than it is right now. Okay, so either I'm gonna have this problem or the other problem. I'm not sure which one to deal with. I'm kind of surprised to not see that here anywhere actually, because I was expecting to see what... Hold on, I'm not in the make file anymore. Hmm. Can't you ignore them? Ignore what? I mean, from the comment that they added here, they're using C99. So that must mean, for example, if I go to their code, this one, and I look up like... Yeah, they've just added the... Okay. I can't really ignore errors. It kind of makes your project not compile. That kind of sucks. But okay. Well, C99 is better for me because the system is compiled in C99, so... The problem is I'm gonna have to go through all these and manually make them like that. Oh, I forgot fuck. You static fuck. Alright, you static fuck. There you go, you're fixed. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't get the same error in a lot of other places. Now, alright, stop spamming the chat, please. Yeah, so we're gonna need to import malloc, which is not defined in stdlib, actually. It is defined in syscalls, because this is redacted OS. So functions like malloc, which that's a lot fewer places than it's used. And actually, if we do it like this, there's only 38 results of it. Do you think making an NES emulator would be a good project for undergrad? I think so, yeah. I'm not sure though, I've never worked with something like that. Okay, interestingly enough, I think Clang actually kind of likes the project. Now, these includes are going to be a problem, because we don't really have those. BIOS, for example, why would you possibly need to import this? I don't even want to know. stdarg process string DOS stdlib conio. I don't know about this. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna import syscalls syscalls.h. in every file that is mallocing. That's the one. In the main file, of course. Wait, why is this one? So here it has an ifdef, which makes it a lot easier to not import a bunch of files that I don't have. But the other one doesn't. The IPX setup, which I'm not sure what this is. Wait, this is in a different folder too. Alright, I don't know what you are, but I'm gonna ignore you for now. Actually, does the readme say anything about that? Not really. No. Alright, okay. inet, you're also doing the same thing, and ARPA, inet. What is this stuff? Wait, this is networking stuff. I don't know if we can safely ignore this file or not. For now, we're gonna do that though. This here is system. Whatever the hell that is. we're gonna need to get rid of all of these. Then iVideo. Oh, we're importing X11 now. This is such a weird code base, to be honest. There's one place in which all of these are put under an ifdef, and only one place. This is Doom graphic stuff for X11 Unix. Okay, I'm gonna ignore this one as well. Except I can't really ignore stuff. I'm compiling all these files. This is a miscellaneous folder. Main loop menu stuff, default config file, PCX screenshots. Yeah, that's definitely miscellaneous. Well, if you need to malloc, you know what to do. This one has this. I feel like I'm gonna need to clean up this code quite a bit. You know what, let's ignore the rest. Alright, we're off to an amazing start, because actually the syscalls function is not available. Did I do that wrong? Hold on. Shared syscalls syscalls.h. Okay, so the file name is okay. RIP stream. Seriously? Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. Bye, Piked. Thanks for joining. Okay. I think I'm still live. My damn repeater is messed up again, so I just disabled it again. Not sure what its problem is now. I guess it's starting to fail. Okay. Actually gonna take a little break because my eyes are bothering me, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay. Still live, still good, I think. All right. Back to what I was doing. So turns out that Doom has obviously all of these system imports for allocations, string management, syscalls and whatnot that follow apparently like zero patterns. For example, here they're wrapped in a macro called normal Unix. If this is defined, then they get imported. I'm assuming if not, then there's some other way that they're being imported. And so that kind of makes it easy for me to just, get rid of them. If you go to the main function, they are also wrapped in this normal Unix thing. I actually wasn't entirely sure that it was using the same macro, but it is. So again, just ignore them. But then other files don't really have that. So you have to kind of get rid of them manually. But, alright, first off. No, wait. Wrong. Let's focus just on the main file. And the main file is currently failing to compile because it cannot find the std library, this one. Though I am including in the C flags. So it should find the correct files. No, wait. I forgot to change this. That's the problem. That's the correct path. Okay, that's no longer going to be an error, but we're running into our first thing that we haven't really implemented yet. And it's mkdir. On top of that, everywhere where I have malloced is a different type, so we need to cast that. That one's going to be an easy fix. Right, so here we just cast this to a char. I'm not sure why I didn't make malloc just return a void. I guess I should, but it currently doesn't. So these here for normal Unix we can skip. Did I skip one of the ones that we want? No. Okay, file. See, here we're working with a file system, and that kind of worries me because we don't have a file system to work with. Like, I saw MK there, we don't have that. But that depends on this find response file, whatever that is, what it does, no idea. Okay. That's it. Nope. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's a double char pointer. Hold on. Okay. Easy fix. Okay, so let me see about this MK Dear Doom data thing. Because I don't know about you. Also, it's weird that we're in Linux, but it was using C as the path. Oops, A2I. Wait, what is A2I? Is it A for argument? Yes. It takes a string. Well, I don't know what the A stands for, but it takes a string and it turns it into an integer, which we have implemented here. Somewhere. Parse int u64. Very correct name. Parse, not arse. And it also takes in a length, but we can pass a 0 to that. And then, of course, we also need to include this as std string.h. It sucks to think how many times I'm going to be doing this. All this is just in the main function. There's another a2i, which we need to do the same thing for. I hope I called it the right function. Parse int, yes. a2i becomes parse int, takes a 0. Same for you. Takes a 0. Whoops. Same for you. Game mode commercial. We should probably be able to get rid of most of these, but I have no idea. Use define. I should probably have done that. Although the number of arguments kind of changes it, but yeah, I should probably have done that. Okay. Now, access, I have no idea what access is. Yeah, hold on. Which one of you bitches is importing string.h from Arch? Because I don't want you to do that. I absolutely do not want you to do that. Although, what happens if you do? One wonders. They have their own definition of true and false and booleans, which I also have. And somehow I'm still importing this, string.h. Even though I didn't think I was. Anyway, let's focus on these. Okay, so access. What is going on here? What on earth is going on here? C'est ridicule. Let's handle languages in the config files, yeah? Language equals French, and then printf French version. By checking if no access doom to f... What? No idea what any of this means. But I think we can kind of assume that this is the shareware version of it. And we can skip all of these calls to access. I said all of them. So that leaves us with exit. Which in redacted is called halt, I believe. Halt, yes. Access probably is file permissions. I don't think it has anything to do with the Microsoft. Or maybe, I don't know. Either way, we don't care. We know which version we're on. Okay, so exit is going to be halt. And that gets rid of that. But we're still somehow importing these. I'm not sure if these are coming from the main function or not. So all these includes to stdio.h, all the includes to string.h. We want to get rid of all of those. Oh yeah, I didn't even consider there's other header files being imported, of course. That's where it comes from. But this definition right here is the first one I want to look at. Interestingly enough, wait, it has support for compilation with C++. Okay, cool. But also, it has this, which interesting. But no, thank you. We don't want you. Max char is correct. This is correct. Max int long char short. Yeah, I think these are good. Wait, but they were type defing boolean. So we can just type def bool. Okay. So string.h, the calls to string.h, we're just going to replace with std string.h. This is a simple replacement. Except some functions like string copy are going to be gone. strlen is defined differently. Okay. Let's just keep the good vibes going though. stdio is instead going to be a call to syscalls-syscalls.h. We don't have an std or memset is a string.h function for whatever fucking reason. Whereas for me, memset is in a different file called memory functions, I believe. I was supposed to rename it. I completely forgot I was going to do that. Should be here. Oh, just memory.h. Okay, I did rename it. Okay, good. So let's see. Calls to memset. Oh my god. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I wish that... Wait, Doom 2? Server setup. Okay. No, we don't want you. We don't care about you. Actually, we're gonna limit our search results specifically to redacted Doom. If we spell it correctly, we're better off that way. Okay, so anywhere that we are importing memset, we need to include memory std memory.h. And this needs to be done for every single one of these files. Sucks to be me having to do this. Wait, why were you not probably the other ones imported? Either way, I cannot rely on that. stdlib can go. This one I already did, right? Yes. System menu. Any system include like that probably needs to go. Wait, okay, miscellaneous. Genuinely, why do you have a miscellaneous function file? I mean, feel like that should probably not be a thing. Okay, hoping our math library is enough for you, Doom. We'll import math.h. And if not, we can just improve it. Which one are we on? Setup. Spec. stdlib gets replaced with this memory call, and then we'll see what else later on. Plain by stdlib. Nice to see you. stdlib is out. Okay, sprintf, fprintf are not a thing. Then we have the whole thing with files. I don't know how we're gonna do this because we don't really have files. I mean, there's a very, very, very basic implementation of a file system. So I'm hoping that I don't need the file system. Considering this has been ported to some crazy systems that don't have a file system, I'm assuming I can just get rid of it. Oops. sprintf. You're gonna be a little bit of an issue. You know what we're gonna do to clean up this a little bit? I create a new file in here, common.h. We're going to pragma one sit. We're going to include std string.h. We're going to include syscalls.h. Actually, std.h should be enough. Yeah. And with that, anywhere where we're including syscalls.h, we're going to replace it with common.h. So we can just import this type of stuff once and not care about it all that much. Net. And also all of these. Every last one of these is out. Also, you are now also going to include math.h. Unix hack to be removed. Interesting. Well, if def, that's actually not def, so none of this was doing anything. Pretty sure I actually put that include in the wrong place. I didn't even notice. All right. This can go. Now replace with that. This is an X11 specific file. So I have a feeling that this file has to go entirely. But for the time being, we're just going to get rid of any system imports like that. Here, got a little bit too greedy there. There we go. Here and here. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. Another thing is anywhere that we're doing this type of include, it's only 26 results, so it's not going to be super difficult to just... Oh, well. Do that here. I don't know what C type is, but I hope I have it. But you can go... Wait, this is main? Oh, this is our main. What's the difference from the other main function? I think it had a different prefix because this is a new one to me, but yeah, there's multiple main files apparently. Okay. I'm just doing my job here, man. I don't care. I was just told to get rid of all these imports. I'm getting rid of all these imports. Okay, now we actually have to deal with these issues. sprintf that takes 3 arguments and is used in 66 places. You know what we're going to do about you? We are going to define you.
One
Buffer,
live left raided your channel with 8 viewers.
FMT. Hey, one life's left. Welcome to you and 8 raiders. Welcome, everybody. We're porting Doom today to an operating system that I've been working on for a few months, so it's a lot of compiler errors. It's not that it doesn't work, it's just gonna take a while for it to work. So that's the project for this weekend, really. It's not gonna be a thing for just today. How was your stream? One life's left. You still got one life, or did something tragic happen? Wait, hold on. My stream manager is not up to date. I'm gonna keep working in the meantime. By the way, let me know if the stream goes down again, because I'm not entirely sure that it is even working right now. I think it is. But yeah, not sure. Okay, so sprintf, we don't do that type of stuff here. We just do... That's not the right syntax for that. Let me copy from here. The syntax for that is this. Yeah, it was almost the right syntax. Now it's the right syntax. Oh, right. STD error, or any of the STDs, are not actually defined. They don't exist at all. So even if I ignore them in the sprintf function or the fprintf function, I kind of still have to define them somehow. Hi, sorry I'm late. What is the current status of the project? I didn't say Siri, I said sorry. God damn it. So we're porting Doom, and obviously it was compiled for Linux. Well, not compiled, but it was made for Linux. So it has a bunch of functions and a bunch of syscalls and a bunch of imports that we don't have. So we need to replace all of those. So a lot of compiler errors. It seems like we finally moved past the main function at the very least, the main file. So that one seems to be doing okay, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't think so, actually. Because we start with the very first one, AM map. And that one is failing. All right, there's an ad, so I'm going to take a little break. Forgot to mention that. Okay, we're back from the ad, and okay. Now we need to consider STD in, out, and air. I just need to know their type, so I can just define them as literally nothing. Why did I open a Microsoft page for that? I have no idea. It's a char buffer. Okay. So in order to not get rid of them, I kind of just want to... I don't know, can I just define them? As what? That's the thing that I'm not sure about. How many fucks are there in this project? Damn. Everywhere I look, every time I see an error, there's the word fuck somewhere. Can't it be anything because you're not using it anyway? I mean, that's kind of what I want. I just don't know how to do that. There's only 22 results for fuck. Not to be fucked with, not to be fucked with, don't fuck with me, not to be fucked with, again. Not to be, don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me. Killer fucking arsenal. Oh, it's a cheat. Oh, we're definitely gonna want that. There's the fuck variable, of course. Can I just define it as empty, I wonder? Yeah, that's enough actually. Okay, cool. And file is the other one. Type def unspecified file. So I'm gonna wanna do this as well. But as what? Well, we do have a file definition, but it's a completely different definition from what this probably expects. Also just read the word asshole somewhere there in the search. It's 90s software. What did you expect? Oh, files fs.h. That's the one. See, I have this definition of a file, which is definitely not the same definition of a file that it expects. Let me make it a pointer. Wait, that's wrong. PTR. Somehow seems to have worked. There's a lot of file system stuff going on that really worries me as to how much we're gonna be relying on the file system for this. Like Doom is supposed to work on systems without a file system. So I'm really surprised to see that even in the d.main, there is a file system. Like here, for example. What is this find response file function? It's in Doom main, which is the main function. A response to what? A response to what, my brother? Like, what happens if I just don't call this function? I mean, is that gonna be a problem for you? Let me see what it actually does. No such response file, found response file. What is a response file? Yeah, I feel like we can just get rid of this. Who cares? Probably not important. Debug file is using fopen. So no, we don't have support for that. Okay. Now, anywhere that we used strlen, my definition of it has, which is kind of stupid, an extra argument to it, which I kind of want to get rid of, but right now it does. So not much we can do about it. Besides just pass a 0 to it. Get rid of these definitions that we're not even using. Oh, what is the spacing? I'm so confused sometimes by this code. Doesn't seem to have any kind of like standards to it, so to speak. Whoops, there we go. That's all the calls to that replaced. This one and the last one here. Okay, another change we're gonna make is in our common, we're also gonna define std out and stdin as just empty. That leaves us with get char and set buff. So this set buff function, it's only being used once to reset the buffer that we're not using. So we can just get rid of that. And this get char function probably gonna be used in a bunch of other places. Only one, okay. Bye, Penguin. Thanks for joining. This version of Doom has been modified. If you would like to get a copy of the original game, call 1-800-ID Games. Or id Games, I guess is the name of the company pronounced. id, I think. To see the README file. You will now receive technical support for modified games. Press enter to continue. I have the slight feeling, don't quote me on this, but I have the slight feeling that you're probably not going to receive a whole lot of technical support either way. But good to know. Actually, I want to see, how do they know that it's modified? Checking a parameter that actually we're not going to pass. Interesting. But okay, and that leaves us with the most complicated part, string copy, strcpy. Which is in the add file function. And again, if we are actually calling this function at any point, we have bigger issues than a string copy. But string copy is probably going to be used in a bunch of other places. Yes. Whereas add file, let me see where it's used. In identify version, which we've already hard-coded the version. We don't need to do all this stuff. And we don't need to do this stuff either. Wait, no, because it was doing what? What is this? Oh wait, I just deleted it. I don't know about this. Check availability of IWAD files by name to determine whether register commercial features should be executed, notably loading PWADs. So I want to say no, because again, we're not really expecting a file system. So we should be okay with getting rid of that. Then which function is this? This is the doom main function, which again is relying on file names. Let me see something in the generic Doom version. Doom generic. And then which file are we on? D main. And the function that we're in is doom main. So they've changed their code quite a bit, actually. But what I'm really surprised by is this project, according to what it says, should not use files. Like if you look at this, you just have to implement these functions. So you don't have to implement the ones for file system. Wait, oh, hold on. It does say that you need a WAD file. Damn it, so we do need it. You kinda lied to us, Doom Generic. You said that we could port to any platform. But how exactly are we porting to a system that doesn't even have sleep, but somehow has a file system already included? Either way, what I'm doing with string copy, I guess I can't really get rid of what I just got rid of. That. most of this. Doom 1. Do you never define this? No, apparently not. I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this as it was. Not this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to common. And I'm going to simply define strcpy as memcpy. Oh, sorry. This takes two arguments, str1 and str2. Which at the end of the day are just memory locations. So this should be okay. This should be possible to do. And then there's fclose, which is a function that does nothing. Kind of like this one. Oh, but it takes a file. Sorry about that. Did I not define bool? Whoops. Scrolling in the chat here. Hold on. By the way, I'm gonna go back to the face cam real quick. Going to copy and going to paste so we can get the chat here as well. Because I don't think I'm gonna have my camera on. My eyes have decided to betray me today. Bool is type deft here, so I don't understand how you don't have it. Wait, where was the complaint? Doom type.h. Ah, I forgot about this. Hold on. What the hell is your problem? Okay, we're good. We are apparently able to compile all the way to F finale. If this is going in this order, then we're here. So all these are working, and these are to be determined. But in this file, the F finale.c, which is including common, we're defining a 2 upper. Which maybe it's time for us to define 2 upper. Actually, you know what? What I'm going to do? This definition of F close, I'm going to put in the syscalls. Next to F open, F read, F write should be F close. Although it's currently not implemented. And it does nothing. And also it takes a file lowercase. And then besides that, in string.h in the std, we have to lower. We're going to have to implement to upper. which no wait, hold on. To upper. Um now it's minus. The difference between these two, right? Does Doom work now? Oh, give it a time. We're probably gonna be doing this all weekend, I feel like. Okay, we're now down to the G's. G game.c. U. Hold on. This won't work unless it compiles, damn it. Oh, and I broke this function again. Damn it. Okay, so no, what I did with the fclose function, we're gonna undo that. Cute little stupid hack, but no thank you. No thank you. Then string compare. All right, let's start with this one. So a to I is now defined as, hold on, let me see. There's only two places. Okay, never mind. It's now parse int u64 with second argument size 0. Parse int u64 second argument 0. And parse int u64 second argument 0. And that should leave us with the strcat and strcmp. Okay. So string compare has a case sensitivity argument that the standard library one does not. Which this one does. Interestingly enough. So wait. That was a case comparison. So I stands for insensitive, I assume. Okay, yeah. Now strcat, I'm assuming is concatenate. And about that, oh, I don't know if we have that. I don't know if we have that. Not really. Okay, yes. Kind of. It uses the type string as opposed to just a character. Wait, hold on. Let me check that this function does what I think it does. Appends the string pointed to by source to the end of the string pointed to by dest. It will append a copy of the source string in the destination string, put a plus a terminating null character. I'm surprised it can do that, to be completely honest with you. But it is used in record demo and in its sound. So we are going to need it for sound. Wait, start sound process. Process? No, not really. Not really, no. Do or do not use an external sound server. Do not. Okay, so that one's easy to get rid of. Whereas the record demo... Whoops. Also easy to get rid of. I keep executing this through... what is it called? Through, bear. Instead of make. So it's the same thing. Okay, there's an ad coming up on Twitch, so I'm gonna run that. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay. So we left off with these errors. Now we've made all our way to i.net. So we're currently here in the compilation error. We're getting close. Wait, there's a makefile in here I never even saw. I did not know this was here. Alright, about i.net though, I would much rather if there was a definition here that we can just skip. There isn't. Because I kind of don't want to deal with networking. Let me see if I can do a little hack to not have to complicate my make file too much. Yeah, I can kind of do this. Right, like that. Actually, no, hold on. Like this. No, I'm complicating it too much. Hold on. Um, Easiest thing I can do. Define it so none of this gets called. Wait, are these called anywhere? By dnet. And I kind of just want to get rid of all the networking code. That's the thing. So who calls you? Get rid of that. And get rid of you and you. And you and you. I can always bring them back. Wait, maybe I need to get rid of the imports. No, you don't. No, you don't. And no, you don't. So, okay, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Maybe I want to keep... I want to keep those. But then I kind of want to make them not compile it. Alright, I guess we'll get to that. Okay, we're now in iSound. I still haven't figured out what the prefixes mean, by the way. So exit is a simple one. Exit is just called halt now. What even is this function? iSound, okay. I already said that this is not defined, right? Yeah. It just hasn't updated. Hold on. If I call the bear function again. We'll get rid of that. We got rid of that function. And that one, if we're in the process of sending a packet, we got bigger problems. Because we should never be able to run this code. I'm just keeping it so I don't have to delete a bunch of stuff. Okay, we're back to working on iSound now. See, sound is working with popen. I don't even know what popen is. Pipe. Oh. Oh, we're working with pipes, are we? No, we're not. No, not. I spelled that wrong. Again, it seems to think that this is defined when I've already said that it isn't. Ah, but hold on. No, it's still. Like, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Except sound, we're probably gonna need to replace this entire thing. Big action is generally nothing I've ever heard of before. This is for game tech, huh? Okay. Well, that's gonna be a problem for us because just gonna return a -1 here. Hoo, 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 hoo. What is IOCTL? Device specific input output operations. Okay. So I'm working on porting Doom right now. Not a specific driver. Okay, POW. I'm going to need to actually define that function. Except, again, everything that has to do with sound, we're currently not working with. So Yeah, this entire function is just getting commented out. Printf. Same goes for write. This is probably the only function we need to override, really. Submit sound not implemented. Comment that out. And then the other one is sig all. Okay. What do we need this for? Experimental stuff. You know what we do with experimental stuff? Nothing. We got rid of experimental stuff. And then we have f-flush, which is also used here in start sound. Another not currently implemented function. Hold on, there's another one. There's at least another one. So we've already said that there isn't a sound server, so we're gonna get rid of that. And for shutdown sound, well, we don't really do that, to be honest, so we can just return. Deinitialization is not a thing that the system currently has. Sorry to say. Okay, we move on to the next one, finally. All right. So you sleep. Is microseconds. Which in milliseconds is 0.001. Oh, so this is actually a specific function for wait for vertical what? Retrace. Or pause a bit. Well, I don't think we're gonna need that. So it's easy for us to get rid of it. Then a time val and time zone. What are these? What are these even used for? Why do you need the time zone? Get time of day? Oh, they're needed specifically for getting the time of day? Yeah, so we can just return get time, right? I'm assuming, I don't know. VF printf, that's a new one. Ooh. Hey TB Schneider. VF print. Oh, okay. It's Got it. So vfprintf takes in the argument pointer here, which is a VA list. And printf in my system kinda does the same thing itself. If I remember where it was. Well, not in the kernel, definitely. It's in shared syscalls printf. So it does this essentially. So we should be able to do the same thing in Doom. With the error, the argptr. We don't end until it says so, we don't care about that. We don't flush. And we halt with a -1, which I'm pretty sure is just going to be all Fs. Okay, we've now moved to iVideo. What just happened? Oh, weird. iVideo, if I'm not mistaken, is a X11 specific function. Which is kind of where we're going to have to implement our, yeah. All the translations, all the stuff happening here, we're going to need to get rid of it. So there's key translations, which makes sense, but all of this is going to have to get replaced or rewritten with our own function. So printf get event not implemented. Next, start frame is literally not doing anything. Translate key, you're also getting commented out because you are useful, but I don't need you right now. Shutdown is not a thing we do, like I said. Cursor. Yeah, we don't really do that either. Start tick. Also not implemented. What is this? Even they don't know. Good to know. Finish update. Finish update not implemented. New palette. Oh, what's going on here? Look. Here's what we're gonna do with you. Think I can do this. Hey, Goldfish. Wait, bite? Seriously? Bite? That's a new one I haven't seen before. There's bite. Whoop. How did I do that? I still feel so new to Linux, to be honest. I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. And probably I should have done the exact same thing I just did in networking as well. So that if I do want it in the future, I can have it. Okay, here we have a definition of strm compare. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong file. Here. For which we can just pass this. Max int is undeclared, which I'm a little surprised by, because I thought I saw them declared. Here they are. Yeah, here they are. So mbox.c, apparently you are not importing the right file. That may be my fault. That's probably my fault, I would assume. mbox.c, here we are. Wait, why am I not seeing any markers for Git here? I'm a little shocked by that. Include, where did I say it was? In doom type.h. Okay, so that should fix that. Then we have menu. menu. menu has a file close. Wait, not a file close, just a close. And an open. And a read. Read strings from the state file. Okay, so I don't know what this is even. No, wait. And the reason that I'm not fixing the super slow rendering is that that's mostly an issue with the emulation of ARM on a x86 system. There's not much I can do to fix that, to be honest. That's the problem. Wait, strcpy, isn't that a thing? Yeah, because strcpy and strncpy are different, apparently. Does not pad the destination array with zeros. Oh, I see. Well, can't lie to you, neither am I. So, M menu. How is it still undeclared when I literally just defined it? Ah, wait, hold on. Wait, what does this function do again? What were its arguments? Count. Oh, okay. So we can actually just replace this with a memcpy. Okay. This one feels like a painful one to fix. The miscellaneous. We'll get to it after the commercial break. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and come back. And look at this. Or whatever the hell this file is and whatever its functions do. Okay, and we are back to fixing more compiler errors of somebody else's code, written in 1997. These are some interesting functions here. Wait, if enough space is in DST, then 0 pad the rest of DST. If not, fill until the end, and if used as 0 terminated string, the user has to do the check. Why did that feel like a different language? I have to admit I did not understand the point, mostly, of that function. Hi, Ice Storm, by the way. Fill until the end. Okay, I get that. Yeah, to be fair, my usage of mem copy instead of of string copy is a little bit problematic here. I'll have to revisit it most likely. Okay. I was just wondering when I was gonna get errors because of the file system. So this about defaults. We're, you know what? That's the reason I was later discouraged to use it. That makes sense. Okay. Though I've already created plenty of functions like these. Oh, actually just these. And main menu. Oh no, I did put a semicolon here. MCPY can work, but it can also result in error. Makes sense. I'm assuming we're gonna have a lot of errors if we even try to run this once. Okay, so these defaults functions, we don't do that. Either one of them, really. Access. Yeah, we don't do screenshots. Initializer element is not constant. On line 291 of this damn miscellaneous function. This, right? What even is this? I see, default values, okay. Chat macros. I see. They're being cast to an integer. Why? Why are we doing that? First off, these chat macros. Oh, I see now. Okay. Yeah, so first off, this is not int. This is now uint ptrt. Then you're not a compile time constant, but I'm not sure why not. Well, yeah, okay, I do know why. What can I even do about that? Besides just disable the chat macros entirely, which I don't really want to do. Except we don't even have chat, so... we can get rid of them. Somehow commented out this entire damn thing and there's still more code. Here. Oh, read file. Okay. I was wondering why there weren't a bunch of errors because of the way that I was reading the file. Guess what? Not implemented, and we need to return a -1 here. Is a error? Not really. I just called I error. But also on line 122. Write file, of course. This one we won't be able to do, buddy. We don't have that. Okay, we've moved past. We're now in our data. Here. There's not a whole lot to finish fixing the compile errors. There's a bunch more stuff to do, but... okay, so these... Now, hold on. Clang is showing me the entirely different error here. The error is in flat present, which is on line 759, so way past this. Here. And the issue is simply that we're not casting. Another one here, same thing. Well, should be byte really, not char. It's the same thing, but... And then sprite present. Same thing here. Wait, did I just make clean? What? Oh wait, no, hold on. That call, this one, just gets replaced with a normal string compare. True. Oh wait, what's this? Wait, what? Ignoring case, yes. Oh. str and case compare. I hadn't seen that. It only compares the first n bytes. I understand. Except we don't really have that. what I guess we do have is no, wait, that's not what I meant to do. String from literal length textures I name with a maximum length of 8 c the data in strcmp with case sensitivity. Wait, first off, this is a string s. Now it's s.data. And then both here and here, we want a free s.data s.memlength. Is this just C and assembly, or is there C++ also involved? In the system itself, there's all three. So C, assembly, and C++. But this is Doom, so it's C only. strncpy. strncpy. Okay, so I do have it. I just need to include common.h. The longer we go, the more it compiles. Amazing. There's still some calls to this. No, wait, hold on. I did that wrong. Does it have a GUI? Yes, it does. It wouldn't make much sense to port Doom without it, I guess. Okay. No, we haven't moved past this file, but we have moved to the next error. Our data patch lookup is an int pointer. Wait, implicit declaration of alloc. The previous file had it, I believe. Right, misc? No? Then it's this file. Wait, here it finds it. How long do I think it will take? I have no idea, genuinely. I have zero clue. So far we're just trying to get it to compile, not even run. And I'm already commenting out a lot of code. So there's a problem. And that this function, I saw it somewhere. And I'm pretty sure I didn't delete it, probably. Maybe I did. Oh, yes, I did. Wait, so this function is it's a Linux. Allocate memory that is automatically freed. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay. So we don't have such a privilege here. So we can just do it as malloc. But then we'll have a little bit of a memory leak. By a little bit, I mean a lot of a memory leak. Okay, we're now in the W's. Before we get our first W. We're in WWAD, which is for data files. That's gonna be a little bit of an issue. So get rid of that. Mark it as not implemented. Reload. Same thing. Not sure why we're gonna reload when we don't even write to files. Here we're going to... what is lump cache? It's a void double pointer. And that's it, I think. Oh, lump info is the other one I needed. It's a lump info T. Okay. Which is being allocated as 1. Sure. Read lump is not implemented. Cache lump num seems like it will compile just fine. And W profile not implemented. Okay. Still here in fstat. Oh, for file length. We're going to also say it's not implemented, and we're going to return 0 for the file length. Okay. I think we've moved past. Hold on. Not really. Not really. Hold on. Who are these F close? Wait. If we make, we'll get rid of some of those, I think. No? Wait, this wasn't even compiled. Okay. I'm a little surprised to see references to F close here. Again, didn't I comment them out? In V video, for example? Oh my god. Hold on. The problem is just this. No, still multiple definitions of it. But that's probably because we need to clean and make, run. Yeah, okay, that's gone. We still have multiple definitions of some functions, like I wait VBL, which is declared here, and also here. So I get a feeling that actually this function shouldn't have been declared here. It seems like for whatever reason, the function is declared in this header, but then implemented in this one. This one has an actual implementation. And the same thing for begin, read, end, read, wait, VBL. So these two. And I start tick. Oh, it's a networking function. Okay, I deleted the networking code, but I'm gonna bring it back. And what I'm gonna do is pretty much just this. No, except there used to be a start tick function in here. And also abs. I'm pretty sure I do have abs. No, that function is not here. Start tick. According to this is defined here. Let me see where this function is implemented in the original. so much stuff open. Nope, that's the wrong place. Also this, also this. I need to clean these up a little bit. It's an iVideo. So I just deleted it. Okay, we're getting closer and closer and closer. The Doom loop to compiling, not to running it. The Doom loop is in main. Why do you not find it? It's right here. Oh no, wait, in function. Undefined reference to iStart frame. That's the one we're missing. Wait, I just saw, okay, the comment about the allocation function. I guess I need to research it a little bit. Yeah, iStart frame, I deleted you. So you don't start frame anymore. Let's do this before the ad, come on. It's in iVideo again. Yeah, so the one function, the one class file that I completely erased. Fixed div, undefined reference to abs. Weird. This bitch right here. Wait, where is it complaining? In mfixed. Yeah, that's this one. Are you not including? Yeah, you're not. That's the problem. Holy, it compiles. All right. It won't run, but yeah, it's not doing anything actually. It didn't even crash. It didn't even give us the privilege to make it crash, but it compiles now. All right, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break because yeah, can barely even open my eye. So I need a break. Okay. So we're back, and this not the system. The system always compiled. The Doom now compiles, but wait. Come to think of it, it doesn't even launch. It seems like. So I feel like there would be some extra logs there if it did launch. Yeah, it doesn't launch. It's a 615 kilobyte executable, so it actually has information inside of it. Which means that that part is good. What's the name of that program? ghex. We can use this to look into it. And here it is. And if we scroll, yeah, we should see the strings. Well, those aren't right. These strings. No, these are actually the names of the functions and whatnot. Okay. So it does compile. And then in the system, it gets to file path, this part here. Which tries to open the file, but apparently fails to even open it. Maybe it takes a while. I doubt it, but it could theoretically take a while. Yeah, that's not it. I feel like that's not the problem. What am I even looking for here? It's here. I'm a little surprised that it just stays there doing nothing. So, great. Now we run into an error of the system. Which, well, is not the type of thing I wanted to deal with, and I thought they were already fixed. For that matter. If we go into Game of Life. I don't actually want to run it. Yeah, so the executable is bigger. The other ones are 50, 40 kilobytes. This one is 600. Not a massive difference. But I guess it could be leading to a problem. Okay. I was hoping that it would at the very least run and crash so that I could end the stream. Because I'm not feeling amazing right now. But I do want to debug this. So hey Jester, how you doing? Okay, so let's put some prints to see if it... See, I can barely type. Because pretty much one of my eyes is unusable right now. Attempting opening file. I don't care if that's not grammatically correct. Yeah, it doesn't get to this point. Okay. That's actually kind of a good thing. But before I continue debugging that, I'm just gonna real quick go here and do this so that we immediately launch. Hey, that's wrong. Ah, wait, hold on. What the hell, Jester? Just been drinking water for an entire minute. Furiously drinking water for an entire... Are you good? Are you okay? Yeah? Okay. He's okay. Alright, so if I change this, why the fuck are you still showing me the wrong function? Wait, this doesn't recompile the system. Oh, wait, hold on. This doesn't recompile the system. That's right. So that means that the problem could still be... Aish, that's a problem. Or is it just that you don't clear? Oh. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna have to rearrange some stuff here. This, and then this. You're coming with me, except for the sys focus current. You stay. And I guess you stay too. But you... Okay. Wait, no. This is not needed. Going to include that, and going to include graphics. So we have all those functions. And yeah. One more thing. Inside the windowing system. Seriously. There is a window clear function, a GPU clear function. Why is it not working? That's kind of weird. All right, you know what? That's the least of my problems right now. That's a problem for off stream when both my eyes are working. Nope. Okay. So the error comes from the FAT32 driver. Attempting opening file. Yeah, and that's the problem. Tell us which file you're trying to open. That may be wrong, but I doubt it. I think it may just be the size of the file. RedOS user doom.elf. RedOS user doom.elf. That file kind of exists. Seek. Okay, comparing doom.elf to doom.elf sounds to me like you found doom.elf. So now we have to find out what the problem is. Instead of changing all these statements, I'm just going to put prints here. Not volume ID. File name match. Full match. And we can see where it fails. Full match. So not here, actually. Wait, so this is not failing. Then what's failing is probably reading the file itself. Oh, wait, hold on. That may be the problem, is the amount of data that would make sense. Because the file is quite big. And it seems to not be prepared for that. Except now we don't see this print. Wait, where did I run from? OS. Yeah, that's the correct place. File found 110. So this is not returning anything. I mean, this is not printing anything. Oh, wait. Is it struggling to just read it? Yeah. Okay, so the problem is this function, the read cluster function. You're the problem. Kind of figured as much. Except it just stops at some point. What? Or are you finishing? Done reading clusters. No, it just hangs there. Unless it returns here, but I doubt it. Yeah, it hangs at random places. So, probably because the buffer is not big enough is what I'm assuming is happening here. Wait. Read cluster allocates here. Okay, I wasn't seeing that. The size in question. Hey, Kai. Six one five 424 is, I believe, 615 kilobytes. Which are we maybe not allocated the correct amount? That's 2 pages worth of content that we're allocating there. Sorry, not 2 pages. In my allocator, it's 2 registers, in which each bit is a page. So it's what, 120, 150? I already forgot the number. So yeah, it's just that we're allocating a really big file and it doesn't like that. Okay. Let me see where. The pointer to buffer and the pointer to... there's hardly a reason to cast, but still. plus the size. And now what we can print here, well, hold on. Let me do that first. (423C) and 42456,400. Hmm? Oh, but that's... Okay, that's just the address plus the size. Is it guaranteed that that's what was allocated for me? Not really. I mean, yeah, kind of. But not really. What happened with the background? I took a few shortcuts and broke it a little bit. But that's the least of my concerns right now because finally got Doom to compile, but not to run and crash. I would be surprised if I got it to run altogether, but run and crash is what I'm expecting it to do. Because the file is too big. It kind of complains about that. Let me try aligning on a page boundary. No, that still won't work. Well, there's only one thing I can do, which I kind of hate that I have to do, but yeah, that's correct. Okay. I'm gonna print the address and we're gonna print and we should be able to see all the addresses being mapped, but we want this only if page allocator verbose. Because if not, we're gonna get it in the frame buffer too, which is, well, quite a lot of prints coming out. So here we are going to page alloc, damn it. Enable verbose. Undefined symbol. Really? Oh yeah. Okay, there's an ad starting on Twitch. I kind of just want to finish this, so I'm not really gonna take a break. Sorry about that, but there's nothing super interesting happening anyway. (424D6400). Oh, hold on. 4246000. That is correct. So the allocation is happening correctly. All right, can this ad start already? All right, I guess I am going to be taking a break during the ad. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Hopefully this just tells us where the problem is. And I can just move on. Question mark. This is different than this. And so I wonder. Oh, no, never mind. They are different because they're different things. Hmm? All right, we're reaching the point where it crashes, and there it is. At 4242, whereas here it has allocated until 4245, so it should be fine. And 4242 has been allocated at 0, 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, 5000, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, A, B, C, D, E, and 33. So yeah, all of that is apparently allocated. But then it reaches this point, and we don't even know what it's doing right now. All right, so time to bring out the debugger. Nah, this is not gonna work. Bring out the debugger properly this time. Why don't I customize my terminal profile? Because I don't care about that. Oh, it read longer this time. But then it still crashed. When registering device memory, what? Hmm. Where do we go from here? Wait, register device memory should not be getting called by disk read, should it? Wait, maybe it does. Hold on. Yeah. Why though? No, wait, hold on, it shouldn't be. The buffer that we're writing into is this one. And then, yeah, this command is allocating, I guess. But is that really that much of a problem? Am I just running out of memory? ELREL1 should tell us who called this. But that, I feel like it's not going to be super helpful. Brother in Christ. Syscall. Triggered a syscall, apparently. Line 215 of it. Oh god. No, wait. What? That doesn't make any sense. Alright, there's something really fishy happening here. But as a matter of fact, it is getting late. So I'm going to try to fix it by tomorrow, before the stream tomorrow. But if not, I'll just have to look at it tomorrow again. Right now, I need to rest my eyes 100% because I can barely keep one open, so. Okay. So I'm gonna leave it here now. We got Doom to compile, which is kind of more than I expected to be able to do today. So I'm gonna drop a link to my Discord, where I'm going to be giving updates. Maybe. Don't expect a whole lot, because tomorrow's stream is a little over 12 hours from now. Alright, there's my Discord. Wait, there's my Discord. I'm not getting any feedback that it's actually working, so I'm not sure. Anyway, tomorrow's stream, while I look into this, is gonna be at 3 p.m. CEST. We're gonna continue working on porting Doom. That is, if we're able to load large files into the system, which is, well, not a given. And it looks like it's... Yeah, no, my Discord link did not work. Let me try here. Did Stream Elements just leave the chat early? Or is that not a command? No, it's here. Oh, that is actually not a command. I am just tired. That is the correct command for linking my Discord. Okay. Yes, so tomorrow's stream is going to be at 3 p.m. CEST. I am apparently too tired to even remember my own commands, so I am going to rest now. If I have some time tomorrow morning, I will be looking into this issue so that hopefully we are able to load large files into the system by tomorrow and we can not have to do operating system development and just focus on porting Doom. And yes, Stream Elements works on YouTube and Twitch. So even though I have to set it up twice, I have commands like on Twitch. Though YouTube is still kind of very primitive when it comes to live streaming. Twitch is a lot better, except it forces you to run ads, and then you barely make any money off of them. So it's just a lose-lose for everybody involved, except for Twitch. But oh well. Thank you so much for joining. Again, hopefully, this is gonna be fixed by tomorrow, so we can just not have to deal with any of this. Go straight back to Doom. Because fixing compile errors for 4 hours is not the most entertaining content. Hey, your deposit was accepted. Always love to hear that. Okay, that's it. So thank you so much for watching. See you all tomorrow, 3 p.m. CEST.